Hey, what's up, traders? My name's Clay, and I'm running.
It was some sweet time. It was complete time all by myself. Me time. Stop the war.
best way to burn fat is with more fat. And I'm being serious because
pizza or salad? Which one do you think I'm having for dinner tonight? Well, it's not this. It's definitely not this rabbit food. Why? Because this is going to do...
What is that, every 5 minutes there's an ad? Gee whiz, come on. He says if you want to lose weight, you can buy his stuff and you can eat pizza and lose weight. Yeah, sounds good. Good. You know, we could have a trading group where everyone just pays $1 a day, and we don't care about the slap. We just run through the charts with music going, just have a good time. We play any music we want. You know, Johnny, the first time I was ever at a rave, the next day, I was finding suppliers in China for glow sticks. It's a killer rave, man. There was like 10,000 people. You know, like, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm like, oh my God. So I was looking at the manufacturers that make LED bicycle lights that flash. I'm like, oh, I got to get these. I got to get those. So good morning, everybody. Hey, Jean-Guy, I got you taken care of. You should be all good. All good in the hood? Yeah, I used to be a DJ. Well, I actually took a lot of research, Junkie. It wasn't that it wouldn't. It just took me time to find it. All right, everybody, it's 8:04 in the a.m. in the NYC time zone. Oh, you're just jealous. Gee, you're just jealous. You used to think that. All right. So, hey, let's get going. It is the 8:04 on the 22nd of January, 2021. What do we got to do today? I don't know. We can do some technical analysis. We could do some fundamental analysis. Or we can just sit and play deep house music and trade. One or the other. You let me know. You're the boss. But this is Forex.Today, where you is the boss. Where you get to guide what we do today. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. We look at the live markets in the foreign exchange world. I like money. Right? Second oldest profession in the world. Money. So again, whatever you want to cover today, I will do my best to satisfy you. Make sure you subscribe, like, leave comments. Do the little likey thing. It's all good. And Reb says he used to party at the Limelight. Oh, no kidding. I didn't know you were from New York City. Anyways, hey, let me remind you that trading is risky, not appropriate for everyone. Your past performance, good or bad, is not necessarily indicative of future results. Please stay small, stay humble, focus on the long term, and never risk money you cannot afford to lose. So, Reb, if I remember correctly, the Limelight was an old church, right? And you get on the dance floor, and it was the old wooden floors of the church, and it would just wow, wow, as everyone's dancing. You're like, whoa. Is that that's the place, right? I think now it's a 24-hour fitness. It's a gym. And you're like, what? Yeah. That place is weird, man. Weird times there. I remember going like, what's this crowd over in the corner? And I go in the corner and there's like just a crowd of men. And I'm like, what? It's all dudes. What's going on? And they were in line because they had like shoe shine chairs up high. And women were allowed to go up there, sit there and take their shoes off. And then like men would like lick their feet. And there was like this huge crowd of people waiting for their turn. And I'm like, wait, that's not the bar. I'm like, this place is weird. Where's the bar? Right? Like, holy crap. Welcome to New York City. Yeah, standing in line waiting to lick a woman's feet. I wonder if they charge money for that. Anyways, yeah, let's focus on this one. We call this one foreign exchange trading. It doesn't have to get weird. Okay. Cool. So, I'm drawing on a chart and you can't see it. So I'm over here. This is where I say, hey, welcome to the community. Thank you for everything that you do, the hard work you exhibit. Thank you for the respect that you show me every day and the kind words that you share with me and the other people in the community. Thank you for everything. Cool. I'd also like to thank Traders Way for being part of this. We need a broker that's trustworthy and cares about you. That's Traders Way. So if you need a business partner to execute your trades, consider Traders Way as well. Let them earn your loyalty and respect. That's the best way to do it. It's not a sales pitch. Give them an opportunity to earn your loyalty and respect. And if they do, you got yourself an execution partner for your successful Forex trading business. Reb says, yeah, it's very weird in there. You've never seen Gay Men? Kids. You're like, so your buddy's like, hey, I'm going to take you to the limelight. You're like, okay, great. You're like, wow. There you go. That's the big city. Okay, so I was doing this earlier this morning. A couple of things, actually. So let me just talk you through. I mean, not in preparation of the webinar or anything, just it's what the Wayne do. So this kind of was like a follow-up to the live trading group. I don't know, what was it, like 3 weeks ago? One of the exercises we did as a group is look at a currency, break it down by year, and then observe bottoms of the year and tops of the year, just with sort of a, an observation, really, just an observation. And then what I asked the group to do after that was then go back and look at the central bank policy for that particular currency. So in this case, it'd be like the Australian central banking policies and those changes. So I'm just kind of what I was just kind of looking at. And again, it's just observation. How does a year behave? Okay. And then looking for maybe some sort of normality. And that's why the why is the central banking policy. So you have to say, well, what was going on here to make it behave this way back in 2016? What was going on here in 2017? What was going on here in 2018, 2019? And how did those changes sort of affect Aussie yen? And then inside of that, you might say, well, is there seasonality? Is there a common theme somewhere, right? Right? You saw Diddy there. You know, I think it was owned by Madonna. I think she owned the Limelight. Anyways, now you can work out there, run on a treadmill. So anyway, so again, I don't have anything to share with you. This is just maybe the one thing I would share with you is this is how I look at markets. I ask myself, what actually happened? What am I observing? I mean, right? It's a question. It's science, right? What is it that I'm observing here? And is there anything is there any sort of theories or assumptions that I can make from the observation? So again, I'm just looking at Aussie yen going back years. Here's 2015, 2014, earlier, picking out the high and the low and what was the pattern and then I have to think about what was going on with, right, the central bank back then. Now, Aussie was great because at the time it was run by, I was going to say Karstens, but that was the Central Bank of Mexico. What was that guy's name? Stevens. It was Stevens was running Australia back then. And he was great because he'd come out and say the Aussie dollar is overvalued, which is very aggressive for a central banker, right? But he'd even tell you the price. So like on Aussie versus US dollar, not yen, he would say, it's not worth 80, it's worth 70. And guess what would happen? Very quickly, we'd go from 80 to 70. And then he'd say, it's not worth 70, it's worth 60. And they'd very quickly drop another 1,000 pips. So he'd do that a couple of times a year. Right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. The central bank was actually talking it down. It was epic. It was epic. Closest thing to free money I think I might have ever seen in Forex, where the dude in charge said it's overvalued by 1,000 pips. Well, shoot, what do you think the market would do? Everyone that was long would take profit, right? Or get out or whatever. And then everyone else would short. And it didn't take long. You could see like this would drop from April to October. Yeah, that's a nice little trend. How many people would enjoy being short Aussie yen from April to October? Yeah, that's right. Talking it down without buying bonds or doing something else. The lip service is an important part of being a central banker. Okay? Because you would like to move the market without having to spend a dime. Okay? And another great example is Mario Draghi saying he would do anything he could to protect the euro. And you're like, oh, that doesn't seem that powerful. But what he did is he gave an implied guarantee to Greek bonds. He didn't actually give a guarantee. He just implied that he could maybe guarantee Greek bonds, but he didn't even say it directly. He didn't even mention Greek bonds. Everybody knew it was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If Greece defaults and you lent them billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and they screw you on it, like they default, the ECB would step in. So now it's an implied guarantee. Very cool. So why did that matter? Why is that the same as Governor Stevens talking down the euro without actually having to spend money? Well, Mario Draghi, by saying that with the wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing, was able to bail out the entire Greek economy without spending a penny. That's pretty cool, huh? Right? Yeah, Demuth says, yeah, those are money makers too. Yes, all of this, like I tell you every day, and I'm going to probably tell you again on Monday, the most important thing is you understand money supply, monetary policy. All that comes down to central banking. Okay? The power of the tongue. Well, there's another way of saying it. Do you know how to tell if a central banker is lying? Her lips are moving. Yeah. All right. So anyway, this is me just doing, this is what I was doing. So I always have music going, right? That's why I have 2 subwoofers in my office. And my office is supposed to be soundproofed, but it's not. The movie theater is supposed to be soundproof too, but it's not. But what are you going to do? Your uncle's a lawyer or not? You just heard the lawyer. Your uncle did the lawyer joke. Yeah, even lawyers like lawyer jokes, right? Like, what do you call 10,000 lawyers at the bottom of the sea? A good start. All right. Cool. Oh, by the way, did you hear? Biden's going to make minimum wage $15 an hour. Free money! And I have another story, and maybe it's not indicative of the entire country, but I swear to you, last night I'm having a conversation with my wife about a story that my son had, a conversation that my son had with her 2 days ago. Apparently, there's so much free food at the school. So a couple of times a week, the kids go to schools. They rotate. Different kids go different days. And the government back in the last bailout gave a whole bunch of monies to school to make sure kids that have parents with no work and no job and no money will at least have food at school. So you can show up and there's extra food. You can have plenty of food when you're at school. Compliments of the government. Well, they get there, and this is no joke, there's so much food that they're throwing almost all of it away. And even kids that bring their own lunch, the school is like, please take food. Please take fruits and vegetables. Do you want some ham? You want some potatoes? Do you want some macaroni? Like, please, they're giving kids 2 and 3 servings of macaroni. All the kids are like, more macaroni, more macaroni. And because there's so much, and then when it's all done, they take everything else and they just dump it in the garbage. No joke. This is what happened. The kitchen staff is begging children to eat the food because they're throwing so much of it away. And today, Biden just increased the amount of that food. He's just signed it in, I think last night or this morning, a new executive order to increase the amount of food available at the schools. And I am not joking. So this was 2 days ago. Now I hear about it today that they're increasing that funding. And our school is throwing almost all of it into the garbage. This is why I don't really like governments that much. Like, I have no problem helping those that need a helping hand. But when it gets to the point where every school in America has to do it, even if there's no demand, and almost, let's say 50% of it is just thrown in the garbage, you're like, that's stupid. Okay? So anyways, Biden looks like he's raising the federal minimum wage. That doesn't mean state, but still, it's something. Federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, increasing the amount of money the schools have for food, which is great because there's probably some schools that it's radically needed. Like, everybody doesn't have food, right? But it shouldn't be every school. And that's the weird thing with equality, where everybody's the same. But it's not true. Everyone isn't the same. Everyone should have the same access to things and be able to have, financial mobility or something. But not everyone is the same. And therefore, you should pick the schools that don't have any food for their kids and give them boatloads of food. And then the other schools that don't need it, well, I mean, come on. So anyways, and there's a couple other things that are going down right now, and they're all executive orders. So, it's cool. I'm not saying the executive orders are bad. I don't really have. I have an opinion on minimum wage, and like I showed you, I took a class with Jane Katz, who worked at the New York Fed, and I did a whole class on the minimum wage. So I do have an opinion, but I'm not here to say it's good or bad. I'm here to make money trading currencies. But it is an interesting story where I heard there's so much waste at our school, and then all of a sudden, boom, they're going to have even more. It's weird. I think the government should be more efficient, and the government is never known for efficiency, right? Yeah, it's true, right, Lucas? I don't want to get into the difference between equality and equity and all that kind of stuff. When I bring up, Kanye West, for example, I got like hate mail, not quite death threats, but pretty radically hardcore, mean responses to just. So I don't need to go there. I have enough problems in my life. But you can do your own research and make your own opinions. And like I said, with this, I'm boiling down these federal programs. How will it impact the economy? And so, of course, the next step is going to be, how does this get paid for? Janet Yellen yesterday very, very clearly indicated that they're going to jack up taxes. Now, what does jack up mean? I mean, obviously, that's a loaded statement, right? An opinionated statement. So taxes are likely to go up on businesses and on rich people. On the rich people part, I'm not a big fan because by their definition, I'm a rich person. So I don't like that a lot, but I get it. I mean, I get it, right? I'm not here to say that's good or bad. It's just I get it. But raising taxes on businesses is also kind of a slippery slope. I can see how people would be really mad at how much money Google makes and how much money Amazon.com makes and how much money Apple makes. I get that. They make unbelievable amounts of money. But then again, they produce income like never seen before in history. So, okay, I get that. But I think most businesses, if you look at the Russell 2000, for example, the mid and small businesses, and then the mom and pop shops and the solopreneurs and all that kind of stuff, they really don't make that much money. So raising taxes on them is really what's happening. And I don't think you want to say, Amazon.com, you're so successful that we're going to crush you. Like, dude, we love Amazon.com. Okay, they make stuff cheap and easy. My kids are even learning, like, my son bought a motherboard off of a different website, not Amazon. And he's like, oh my God, it's going to take like a week and a half to get to the house. I'm like, yeah, that's why people buy stuff on Amazon. It takes 2 days on Amazon. You had to pay $7 to wait almost 2 weeks, right? And then what happened? It was the wrong motherboard. So he cancels the order. It wasn't even shipped. He cancels the order. Yeah, $45 restocking fee. How does a 13-year-old like that? He's like, $45? They haven't even pulled it out of the warehouse yet. I'm like, that's why people shop at Amazon.com. So what do you want to do? You want to go back to that, or do you by punishing Amazon? So there's a lot of interesting things going on right now. And I'm not a big fan of big taxes on businesses because businesses are mobile. They can just go to Ireland, right, and just do things there. Also, if a business is profitable and expanding, usually what happens is they hire people. Right? They hire people, and then now people without work have work. So, so anyways, we could have this debate, and a lot of people would totally disagree with me, and I'm okay with that too. And I'd love to hear the other side of it over a glass of scotch or something. But these things are happening, and these things are being debated right now. This is a new administration, and changes are happening. Once again, I'm not here to say that the changes are good or bad, but we do need to look at it from an economic point of view and translate that into cash flow. That's what we do, right? Cash flow. Flow over a border. Okay? And stuff like that. So it'll be interesting. We got to pay attention to these things, all right? Don't freak out. Like, I'm not here to be like either CNN or Fox News, right? I'm not like so polarized one way or the other. Like I said, if Biden wins the presidency, so I said this 6 months ago, he'll come out like Obama light, and we already know how to make money under under an Obama administration because we already had one. People did all right during that. I think it was highly overregulated. That's the part I kind of also worry about. But we know Wall Street knows how to make money, so it'll be fine. So we'll just go back to those kinds of strategies. But we do have to pay attention, right? Michael, the worst part about being a self-employed solopreneur in America is healthcare, health insurance. You can't imagine how much of a nightmare it is. And you are totally 100% punished for being an entrepreneur in America. So if I have a spouse, let's say, that works at a Fortune 500 company in America, and she gets benefits like health insurance, it's cheap and it's great. It's awesome. As a solopreneur, if she doesn't have a job like that I have to go out and buy the insurance, I'll pay, no joke, I'll pay thousands and thousands of dollars a month just to have health insurance for my wife, my children, and myself. And it'll suck. I mean, it's garbage insurance. How'd you like to spend $40,000 a year on health insurance that barely covers anything? Right? Like, imagine this. You're paying that kind of money for family health insurance as a solopreneur, as a small business. And because I'm diabetic, and by the way, half of America is diabetic, because I'm diabetic, right, I still have to pay almost $1,000 a month for my insulin, on top of the insurance. If I didn't have the insurance, it'd be $5,000 a month. Like, it's nuts. But if my wife had a job at a Fortune 500 company, the insurance would be cheap. And you know how much my insulin would cost? $0. Maybe $5. Maybe. And you're like, whoa, what? Why would a big Fortune 500 company have a better deal? Yeah, why? How come I can't just buy that? How come I can't have the same? Oh, well, you're an entrepreneur. Dude, entrepreneurs built this country, create freedom and wealth and everything for most people. Like, it's one of the greatest things ever, but you get punished. It's horrible. It's nuts. It's that bad. So anyways, anyways. Terrible, huh? All right. So I'm looking at this. Is this a change? Let's clear this out. Most likely what I stink, okay, is this. Breach. Is that right? Marina's like, it's bad in other countries too. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the one thing about America, though, is if I do get really sick, at least I can buy. Right? So how about this? Here's a great example of sort of, I mean, America's not perfect, but it's great. Okay? Here's one great example. My mother-in-law got vaccinated for COVID-19 last week. My mother in Canada, so that's my mother-in-law. My mother in Canada has no idea. No time soon will that happen. It could be months. So, you know, America's not perfect, but boom, vaccinated, not a problem, right? So, yeah. So, anyways, far from perfect, but better than many. Oh yeah, 7. That's huge, huh? Let's check the turn there. Yeah, so this got going and then failed to reach. So again, this is a pretty obvious situation. You can see that this is the expected outcome. If we can't get higher, then we're looking at a low. Now let me again, here, me, dude, I'm not that old. I have a funny story. I don't want to get into it. Anyway, somebody told me I looked like Anderson Cooper yesterday. And it was a compliment too, which is really good. And then he said his sister loves Anderson Cooper. I'm like, yeah, tell her for me. Good luck with that. So anyways, here's the math. You ready? Support pivot based on this low. Resistance pivot based on that high. Isn't that neat? That's why we use these pivot points. That's why they're not magical. They're just tools to help you see these things, even if you're not looking at it. So for example, let me show you something. I can look at this and say, oh, there could be something like a double top. And you're like, well, what do you mean? I say, well, I know that's last period's high, approximately. And you're like, well, how do you know that's last month's high? Well, that's why I have it there. So now I know. And you're like, well, what do you mean? I can't see it. You're talking about this? I'm like, no, I'm not talking about that at all. I mean, that looks nice, but it explains why that even developed in the first place. You're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, that's still in this month. I'm talking about December, not January. And you're like, you're talking about December's high? How can you see that on a 5-minute chart? I'm like, well, let's back out even further. And let's back out even further. I can't even back out further than that. Well, how do you know that that's an important December high? Well, let's go out to a 15-minute chart. Is it this one, Wayne? No, that's still January. You're talking December. How do you know that that's an important level? Well, let's go out to the 30-minute chart now. You're like, well, Wayne, I don't see anything over here in December. I'm like, well, that's only down to December 15th. You're like, you mean on a 5-minute chart you can see 4 weeks back? I'm like, yeah, we'll have to go out to an hourly chart. You go out to an hourly chart and you're like, there, see? Wait, you can see back 5 weeks on a 5-minute chart? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I have a crystal ball. I can foresee the future. Or we hit the 82, ooh, a very auspicious price. Woo! Or you do this, you go like this. Wait, that's the December high. Like, how does he see it? Okay, so I'm pulling down the curtain. I'm showing you the magic trick. Isn't that neat? Okay. Oh, you guys are talking about the vaccine? Yeah, I'm moving on, guys. Best way to take care of yourself is make a boatload of money. So if you get sick or someone else gets sick, you get help. Okay? That's it. You get help. Okay. Yeah. one of my favorite lines from the movie Wall Street is he's like, "There's no more dignity in poverty, Dad." Did you know Tom Cruise was originally picked to be Bud Fox? And while they're filming Platoon, because it's the same people, they're filming Platoon, and what's his name? Nutcase, drug addict. It's so hard being the son of a famous person. Whatever his name is. He did so well in Platoon, and then Tom Cruise dropped out, that they signed him while making Platoon. So he had about a 3-month break, finished Platoon, took 3 months off, and then they started filming Wall Street. Oh yeah, Charlie Sheen. And then he filmed Wall Street. Both of those movies I love. Epically good movies, I think. Cultural changing kind of movies. And then, life is so tough after that. It's so hard being rich and famous. And then, of course, he threw it all away with drugs and hookers. But it's interesting, like, that was 1 year out of his life. He made 2 movies, and they were epic movies. And then he hasn't done anything ever since. Thanks, Chuck. So, what am I getting at here? You need to make a decision. Is that right, Jim? Yeah, there's a lot of, if you watch the movie 10 times, you'll see a lot of the, there's darker sides, right? One of the things, and in fact, I had a conversation about this recently, and it had to do with sort of the human psyche, because I'm very interested in how how our human psyche impacts the way we trade and the decision makings we make. What's the kid's name? Charlie Sheen's character in Vietnam. When he gets off the plane, he gets there, and no one wants to talk to him. No one wants to help him. No one wants to train him. Because they're like, dude, you're going to be dead in 2 weeks, and we don't even want to know you. We don't want to know your name. Because what's the point? You're going to be dead, and I don't need that. Or worse, you're going to get me killed. No, the other one. Okay? So if you go to the Band of Brothers, which is another one I really like, by the about 6th episode, it's called The Replacements. And these original guys that went through D-Day, they don't want to talk to or get to know or develop a relationship with the replacements because, again, they're just going to they're going to get killed. Why have a relationship? I mean, it's just going to hurt you emotionally, so they just cut themselves off from that. And then even worse, you can get yourself killed. So you don't even want to be around these guys. You don't want to train them. You don't want to help them out. You're just like, dude, you're going to get sniped. It doesn't matter. What's the point of helping you, right? And so there's that theme in both movies, and just kind of interesting. Am I expecting strong yen in February? Well, it's one of these things like, do you expect strong yen in February? Okay. So if you did, there's no way you could possibly miss this. By definition, it is resistance. That's what this is. It says R1 right there. Okay? That's why we use these pivot points. So, do I expect yen strength? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay? So, how would you play this if you were a bear? Okay? Okay? So if you're a bear, that's that. Is that going to happen? I don't know. What do you think? See, what I think is really irrelevant because I could be completely wrong. So you need to think about it, and I would be shocked if you didn't already have this planned out. You should know if you want to be selling. And if so, you're setting up your trade plans. While you're setting those trade plans up, I might be setting trade plans up too, and they might be different from you, either because I'm a bear on a different time frame or I'm a bull on it and I'm making those decisions. I honestly don't know which one's going to be right. I don't know. We will never know. So you need to be certain about what you want to do now and always, emphatically 100% confident that you know what is right. And then you execute trades based on technical analysis, which is a great freedom provider. Because you either get the setup and you trade it or you don't. If you do other things, then you're going to fail. You're going to fail. Technical analysis is so specific that it's either a good setup or it sucks. Okay? There's no like mediocrity. Okay? If your trade plans are mediocre, you're not a mediocre trader. It just sucks. You're just at a different level of suckiness. You went from horribly bad to just, pretty bad. But it doesn't matter. The relativeness of how bad your trades are irrelevant, right? So it's like if you're a bull, this isn't, you don't have to be a rocket surgeon, right? And if you're a bear, right, you don't have to be a rocket surgeon. There are prices in which you would sell, done. There are prices in which you would buy, done. Not complicated. So you either do one or the other or nothing. Okay? So let me ask you something. Let's just pretend we're a bear. Would you sell 82 if we got to 82? Even if you're bulls, guys, who cares? If you weren't a bull, if you were a bear, and you got a top, and you got something like this, would you sell it? That makes you bearish. Okay? So, Theta says, no, but like one of these things where people get into is if they don't have an unbelievably strong conviction, what you do is you say, well, it's not quite right. Oh, it could be better. Oh, but this looks like it could be going up too. And that is the wrong kind of thinking. Right? You say to yourself, it can't do this because it's doing this. Well, now you're making decisions because of your charts. That's incorrect. Okay? So don't think that way. What you should say is if you're a bear, the market is not bearish yet. So you are conservative. Okay? Don't worry about the uptrend. It's wrong. You already know it's wrong. It's just going up on this time frame, but you know by the end of the month it'll be down. How do you know that? You did the research. You are 100% convinced in 2 weeks CAD yen will be lower. So all you're saying now is when you're looking at this is, well, it's not set up yet, but it's going to. Okay? Great. So with that in mind, you're like, okay, I need to be conservative. I don't have a lower low, lower high yet. But you could sell here if it rolled over like it did here and like it did here. So, right? So if it goes like this, would you sell it? Hell yeah! Well, that's, okay, because that is a setup. That's not just a triple top. It's a triple top on top of the December high. You see? Now you can say, well, that's too aggressive for me. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But you certainly, absolutely, totally could. Okay? Then the next level is, right? Would you sell this? Okay? If you don't sell that or that, will you sell the third one? 1, 2, and a third one. It's not a 1, 2, 3 pattern. It kind of is, but I'm playing it more like different opportunities. One of those, if you're a bear, you have to take. Okay? You have to. It's kind of like if you don't take number 3, like you could talk yourself out of 1 and then talk yourself out of 2. So you're ultra conservative. But if you don't do 3, you're fired. Right? I asked a question in my swing trading group yesterday. I'm like, what do we get paid for? And a lot of people said things like patience and discipline. I'm like, okay, great. So if you're patient all year, how much are they going to pay you to be patient? No, you get paid to profit. So like, if you're missing things, you're fired. Most people miss things because they don't know what they want to do. They don't know what the target is. They don't understand the point. They're still playing Fortnite, not Forex. They don't get it. There's no reason for them to do something. You're looking at it like a video game. But if I said, Maida, you are a bull on the Japanese yen because I need you to be. You work for me. I have a client. We need to hedge the Japanese yen. So your job now, Maida, every single day, buy Japanese yen. Well, that doesn't mean every single day, every opportunity. And then Maida would come to the charts and say, should I buy Japanese yen today? Right? Maida's like, sir, yes, sir. Yeah. And then off you go. Like, so now you have a perfectly crystal clear understanding of what you're going to do. And now these pivots are very meaningful. Price action is very meaningful. It doesn't make you perfect, but you would sell this, right? Maida would sell that all day long. And she'd probably sell in here because of the lower low, lower high. Didn't work out. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Wayne, well, it has to be. No, it doesn't have to be perfect. You have to be ready, willing, and able. So she would have sold that and it would have worked out. She would have sold that, broke even, sold this, would have worked out. If it does this, she would sell that. If it does this, she would sell that. If it does this, she would sell that. Why? Absolutely total laser focus and ridiculous, sickening work ethic and discipline beyond belief. That's Maida. But if you don't know that ahead of time, forget it. Like you're just never going to have the conviction to do what needs to get done. Okay? Yeah, and the other's doing something else. So if you can't do that, right? So if you're a bull, okay, you're looking at these lines, aren't you? Right, Mikhail. Mikhailovich. All right. Yeah. So there we go. So if you're a bull, check this out. So I just convinced you to be a bear. And you're like, but wait, now he says I should be a bear. I didn't say jack. Okay. This says that. Is that your plan? Okay. It's literally that simple. Okay? So now you're taking it north. Let's check on Maida's trades. If I told her to be the bear on this, she would have sold this. Yeah, only worked for 3 or 4 days. Hey, that's better than most people right now. Oh yeah, you're only profitable for 3 days, but then it reversed. Well, I don't think that's a money loser. Okay? This looks like nomad's land, at least on these pivots. You're like, what the hell is that? Oh, someone bailed at 82. Why is that important? Ooh, well, we already know the December high. Okay, whatever. Maybe take a shot off 82. Okay? Double top off the 82? Not a problem. Triple top off the 82? Not a problem. You see? So a bear is only doing bearish trade plans and only taking bearish trades. Crystal clear point of view. And if the market turns bearish, she'll crush it. Money just raining out of the sky. Okay? Kind of like November and December. Do you guys remember that? In my swing trading group, it was like, I don't know, the first or second week of December. I'm like, who's up 1,000 pips? And some people are like, I'm up 1,000 pips, and I'm up 2,000 pips. I'm up 3,000 pips. I'm up 6,000 pips. Woo! You remember that? And I'm like, whoa. We're all sharing these stories. I'm up 6,000 pips. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. You got to lock that in. We're in the next 2 weeks. You got to lock that in. Okay? So what's that all about? Well, we are all pointed in the right direction, and I just happened to get unbelievably freaking lucky pushing everybody in one direction, and it went that direction, so we got paid. Heroes? No, disposable heroes. Because as soon as you get all that, done. Okay? Now you got to get back to reality, right? So when the market moves your way, you get paid. When the market doesn't move your way, it's a struggle, but you still get paid. Okay? It's not our greatness, it's not our genius. We can get better and refine, but you have to understand we always truly don't know. I have lots of theories, I have lots of experience, I have lots of things going on inside the gray matter here, but ultimately, none of it really predicts the future. It guides us through the chaos. That's what chaos theory is. Okay? You see repeatable patterns inside the complete total unknown. Nobody knows the future. We just experience is somewhat a guide and allows you to adapt. So what could you do? You could be ridiculously consistent. So when the market conditions are favorable to what you do, you will get paid. And when the market conditions are not conducive for what you do, you'll still get paid, but it'll be a lot less because you're not really in the trend. You're out of the zone, right? Right? There's no love. You're in the friend zone, right? But you get to hang out. Okay? So you're right? So here's the thing, when you're inconsistent, very often you're doing the right thing at the wrong time always. You're a bull, it's unbelievably bullish, but you think, oh, it can't go any higher, or that's killer resistance, I'm going to do a counter trend trade. And then, whoop, the trend goes, and you're losing money in a situation where if you just did the thing that you were supposed to be doing, you would have made money. And that's what you want, to know for sure when market conditions are favorable, you will make money. And you will not miss those opportunities ever. But if you're like looking all over, trying to figure things out, trying to trade both ways, you'll end up at best being very mediocre. And no one wants to sign up for a gig for mediocrity. Okay? 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 That's most important. You have to have a reason. What's your role on the team? You notice in professional sports, it's very rare that one player can play every position on the team. All right, Wayne, in the first half, you'll be center. In the second half, you'll be goaltender. You're like, oh, awesome. Thanks, coach. Right? What do you mean by that, Jimbo? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Just rephrase it, and I'm happy to answer it. All right. So, if you're a bear, so someone said, "Well, Wayne, am I a bear?" I don't know. That's for you. So it's very clear. If you're a bear, there's only two things for you. It's going to do this, or it's going to do this. I don't think there's any other scenario that would be a setup for you. And then, of course, level 3 is if it does this, will you sell? I don't think so. You'll say, well, what if it does that? Well, I'm going to need more than that. Oh, not that. That's not the swing trading group. My fund, yes. The group, no. But, and I think the other group, the professional track, does do one pair, one direction for a while, and then I think they're allowed one currency. And so that one I don't run. That's Ryan's. But it's more like I was teaching seasonality and how to trade a political cycle on top of a business cycle, on top of a seasonal cycle. And so that inevitably at that period pushed us in one direction. But that group is not structured that way directly. So there was a time, for example, where many people were long and Meta was short. And it's interesting. The whole time I'm preaching that it won't matter. It won't matter. It won't matter. What'll happen is the bulls right now are making money and Meta's taking short positions, doing okay, but not great. And I'm like, well, don't get mad at yourself because you're not making money or great money because it's not falling. But you don't know when it'll fall. You're trading because you believe it'll fall, which is fine. And now you sell at resistance where even if you're wrong, you'll probably break even. You'll probably make some money, but break even, small losses, whatever. Right? But then when it sets up, she was making money. When the market dropped, she was there, ready, willing, and able. All of a sudden, it's her day in the sun. And the funny thing is, for those that are learning, they really, really enjoy when they're right and they're taking the long trades. They're like, look at me, I'm long, I'm long, I'm long. And then they get married and emotionally attached, and all of a sudden, while Meta's making money, they're losing money. And then they're having the learning experience of, oh, I should have seen that coming. I should have reacted. I should have moved my stop. I should have just taken profit. Let Meta take someone else's money while she sells in bearish market conditions. And then we back out and say, okay, well, when will those conditions change and how would you react? When should she take profit? When should you get back in long? And these are the types of questions, right? Yeah. But it'll get there, Jimbo. So if you become a portfolio manager, you'll be told what to do. And I might even move you around. Because suddenly I have a need I need Canadian dollars. I have a client that wants to corner the market in Canadian dollars. I'm like, Jimbo, you're on Team CAD. Get on it. And you're like, I can do that. Yes, the dance between bulls and bears. So we addressed that very early on, that Forex is not a zero-sum game, but a symbiotic relationship between bulls and bears. It's just right? It's the ones in the middle that get killed. I am convinced that all bulls and all bears make money. If you're a professional trader, you and I could be diametrically opposed. We will both make money. We might not make the same amount of pips because one person's theory will better fit at any given time, one or the other market conditions, right? But those who lose money are not trading properly. Okay? A professional bear will always make money. A professional bull will always make money. And those that lose are somewhere in between, being trampled by the bulls and the bears. Okay? That's the major difference. Not that you're getting, it's just you're not in the right place. Hey, Jimbo, man, you're always welcome here. You're a loyal member of our community. I'm always happy to help. Okay? So, if you are a bull, are you thinking this and this? No. But you should still see it. So that if you get there, you manage the risk appropriately. Okay? Okay? How many people here are starting to get it? How many people are making that emotional breakthrough where you make your stand? Good. That makes me happy. Okay? See, this way, everything is an if-then statement. So if it falls there, you will make money. And if it does that, you will sell here. Okay? So it's one of these things. If you're a bear and it rolls over at 82, sell, 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 sell. And it makes a lower low and then rallies up to 81.50, sell, sell, sell. Okay? Now, let me tell you, I just planned next week for you. And you're like, oh, now what is he talking about? What do you mean next week, Wayne? We don't know if it does this. Well, we know if it does this and you're a bear, you will sell it. We also know if it makes a lower low, lower high, you will sell it. You will. You know it. It's done. It's your destiny. But how can we improve this a little better? So let me make these markings. Let's mark this one. And let's mark this 81.5, I said, right? 81.5. Okay, great. Now, let's make a change. Let me get rid of this because by then it'd be different. Okay, we can get rid of this. Oh, no, not that. I'll get rid of that because that's not part of the trade plan. So there we go, just your standard normal pivot points. I'm going to make some adjustments because I just said I planned out next week. Okay, so I go template, bearish swing trade bias. We know we're a bear in that scenario, and I'm setting up next week, right? So it's a swing trade, and there it is. You're playing it like a breakout. Okay? Okay? It's aggressive, for show. But there's a play there, an aggressive play. But I would argue this. Okay? Now we said 81.5, so let's do this because it killed, I forgot it was going to kill my the blue line. So I said these two levels, right? So let's plan this textbook. If you believed in what I just said, then check this out. You will sell at 82, right? We already talked about this 10 times. monthly R, triple top on December's high. Triple top on December's high. So by definition, it's a monthly R1 at a psychological level of 82. So if it hits that, rolls over, you're going to sell, right? Yeah, because it's a weekly M3. The best opportunity based on pivot point theory you could possibly expect. Okay? Now, what if then we do something like this? Would you sell the pullback? So let me clear this out. Specifically, what we said on the monthly analysis is if it made a lower low, you're going to sell the rally at 81.50, correct? Plan A, Plan B. If you're a bear, I just planned out the entire week. If it does that, you will make money. Or you'll lose a little bit of money, or you'll break even. Because I don't know what's going to happen. But based on your analysis and your predictions, you will use technical analysis with a scientific methodology to confirm or deny your hypotheses of a bearish market. If you do that, you're better than the best. Best believe you're the baddest. Okay? O'Keefe's already up 80 pips. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Rookie says, could be a potential trade in market open. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. Potentially. Okay? You're either there or you're amateur. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody going to click the thumbs up button? We're about 100 shy. 100 shy. So kicking off support and resistance pivots show us that the market is either resetting or going nowhere. Exotics, all right. I can do anything. Can't tell what's true or dreams. So, we're one standard deviation from the bearish mean. Okay, so you might want to roll it over. Typically, you want to look to see if there's a psych level or something. There is one here. Okay, so if you put it in the context of what's going to happen over the next 2 weeks, well, that's pretty interesting. It's not precise, but we'll have to look in and add some more details based on what you think will happen next week. Okay, but next week, if you look at it this way, you can see this is the open on Sunday. So you would probably have a plan like this next week. And you're thinking you're going to take it from 15 south to 14.5. Sound pretty reasonable? See you, Reb. See you on the dance floor, buddy. Ooh. I don't want to look at it because it hurts, Pete. But you can surmise. Peter's like, Euros are? I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. But you get the idea. There's ups here. Oh, well, no. Okay, we'll do it. I'll do it. You'll see why in a second. Euro. Tell me it ain't so, Euro. Yeah, so anyways, here we are. We measure from far out. Either way, no matter how you measure, we're 2 standard deviations from the mean. So, yeah, any psych levels here? No, not really. So I'm missing data. I would like some pivot on this. We can go weekly here. So if you're a front runner, you sold it right in here. So that's okay. I'm good with that. So I could move this down, for example. I'd like to run this till about April, though. But we'll see. So the reason I'm all bitching and complaining, I think I was up about 450 pips here, and now I'm only up like 200 pips or something. No, anyways. There was a time when it'd show profit, like 10,000 pips or whatever isn't meaningless, but it's not really. I don't see profit. So, see, so the way I count things, at least mentally, I count $1 on a mini lot as a pip. The reason I do that is if it was euro dollar, that's generally $1 per pip, right? So if I made 10,000 pips on euro ZAR, 10,000, but it's only worth $100, I'll count that as 100 pips. I just make everything relative. It's like I index everything almost. So if this is up $200, then I can just count it as 200 pips. Does this one move it? Oh yeah, we can do this. So this was 130. So right now, yeah, I'm up 208 pips on this. Okay. But right now I'm going to call it a 50% retracement. So if you were going to use Leonardo Fibonacci, I guess you do it off this top. Then Leo tells us my standard operating procedure is having a 121.4. So let me add that. I don't even know why it's not on there. I just visually do it, I guess. Add is it a 21.4? Hang on, let me double check. One 382 is 1382. Okay, good. So we'll make this 1.214, and we'll call it 121.4%. Okay, and it's crimson. Okay, great. So if you read my book from 100 years ago, right? I had nothing to do while I was waiting for the ARC to load. So I wrote a book, and it said, if you're kicking off this line, this is your target. Middle for middle. So then I would refine this further and say, well, if I did that, this is the target for next week, if I wanted to play it that way. And I'm overlapping sort of two theories that kind of tell you essentially the same thing. It's not that I'm going for 121.4, but that could be more important than my mythical, guesswork. And of course, we know this is there because it's support. Remember, the indicator's not making opinion like, oh, I think this might be support. No, the math is the math, and so it sees it. The math sees the support. So I would then override and say, well, if I got out here, even if it went down here and then came back, the difference is meaningless to me. So I'm going to play the probabilities. I'm grabbing the low-hanging fruit. So I'm going to stay here and allow it to do this next week, and then I can consider that the out. Okay? And that would be a move of, let's say down to here, 650 pips. A pip being defined by $1. So that means I turned $100 into $650 plus the interest I've been collecting. So that month would produce an internal rate of return of 650%. That's a pretty good month. Peso's interesting. So let's put this on Confluence and check this one out. Can't tell what's true or dreams. Great book. It's great. Keefe says WTI. Yeah, let's look at commodities. Should be coming down, right? Okay, so we get that. So what's more interesting is what's the destination, right? So let's first of all figure out why, and then we can anticipate where. So the first thing is you want to probably check monthly pivot points and from a bearish point of view. So you go to position trading, bearish. Are bears selling this? No. Okay. So now let's change the template. Swing trading, bearish. Are bears selling that? Yeah, maybe. So the plan for next week on WTI for bears is this. So you're going to sell a rally up to 82.5 and take it down through to 50. So next week, your goal is to put $2.50 in your pocket, which is equal to $2,500 per contract. So then you have to ask, how much are you willing to risk if that's what you believe? Now, first of all, is there a basis of your belief system? Double top, triple top, lower low. Now let's make this straight because let's do it this way. Okay, so we got that, and then we go to this low. Okay, so you'd probably argue something like that. Lower than that, lower than that. Okay, so now you're a bear, and you would then look for something like that. Mohammed, I've answered that 100 times, maybe 1,000 times. Ooh. It's absolutely easy, Mohammed. In fact, I told everybody back in April. So imagine that. I told people what the dollar would do in 2021 back in April. Think about that. Accumulation, markup, distribution, markdown? Holy smokes, what the hell is that, huh? No, I know. That means the dollar's going to weaken, Mohammed. Yeah, profit taking. If you're a bull, that definitely is screaming profit taking. Yeah. Okay. How fast or slow? We don't know. How would I know how fast it's going to fall or not, right? Now, remember, there's an equal and opposite bull. Okay, so a bull now, let's do this. I'm going to look at indicators. I'm simply going to change it from a bearish bias to a bullish bias. And let me put the conservative target for a bull as well. Okay. So here's what a bull is thinking. Conservative target, $53.87 to $54.61. So why don't we just say up to 54? Okay. Oh, sorry. You didn't mean to me. Okay. Yeah, it's hard because I look at the charts and I look back at chat and I look at the charts. So I only see 10% of what's actually written in the chat, but I try my best to keep up. Okay. So one of those is likely to work. Okay. And here's the cool thing. If that doesn't happen as a bull, you don't trade it. Notice you're already trading next week. Do you see that? Yeah. So one thing I look at to do this analysis, to make it sort of a quick and dirty process, is I go pivot points confluence so I can see bulls and bears at the same time. So if you're unaccustomed to all this, you're like, holy smokes. Well, if you want, you can do a couple of things. You can kill all your moving averages. Lots of people just freak out. There's so many lines. Okay. Now the other thing you could do is change how many periods everything is being done. Okay. Okay. So what would a bull do here? A bull wants to buy it at 51 to 50. Actually, it's somewhere between 49 and 51. So I think when we approach 51 next week, maybe even 50 next week, bulls will buy again. So to put this into context, this seems to me a pretty decent probability. So I'm thinking next week and the week after that for the rest of the month. So I'm actually projecting about 5 weeks out. Next week and then the next 4 weeks. Now, it's not an opinion. That's what the technical analysis says. That's what the chart says. It doesn't tell me if bulls will buy it, but that's what the technical says. It's not my opinion. So let's clean this out. What if it doesn't work that way? Well, let's say it works relatively that way, but it certainly could do this just as much. Well, how do you know which one? Well, what does your fundamental analysis tell you? What's your bias? Are you bullish or not? Once again, if you don't know, if you have no opinion on that, you have no idea. Then you'll never know whether you should be a buyer or a seller. Because the probability is all pretty reasonably the same. It could be this next week, next month. Well, which one will it be? I don't know. I don't know. Okay? But I have an opinion. And that will help me filter the one that doesn't fit my opinion. Okay? Okay? Which path? That's for you to decide. Veritas. Okay? So, visit the OPEC website, EIA website, the IEA website, and BP and Exxon both have a lot of resources that they provide on their website, including CEO town hall meetings. You can download their demand outlook. You can download their annual reports. You can download, like, all these websites here offer an amazing amount of really awesome resources. And you could really, truly understand the energy complex. Okay? Okay? And you can make these decisions. So I would start there. If you haven't done that, you don't know jack. Jean-Guy about gold. That one I don't know. The reason that one I don't know is that there's a lot of sites that are very opinionated. Gold is kind of like the crypto world where there's a lot of interest and a lot of idiots at the same time. I found a lot of weird sites on gold, like hoarders and stuff. So I don't have an answer for that one. No, I can't think of one. It's the end of the world as I know it. Yeah, so yeah, good question. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to spend some more time on that one. Okay. Of course, the historic side of that, it's the anti-dollar. Da, 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 da. And of course, when you get into periods of inflation, demand for everything goes up, including demand for gold, and gold is priced in dollar. And so in a time of an inflationary period, then the dollar is also weak. And so that's why it creates that increased consumption with lower purchasing power. Add them together and gold goes up. Yes, they are questionable. Yes. Because, for example, let's say you got your normal chart here. Okay. So let's say there's a normal functioning market between suppliers and those that demand gold. Quantity goes this way, obviously. Price goes this way. Okay. And then the Central Bank of India says, oh my God, we need to weaken the rupee. Not a normal supply and demand issue. There's an exogenous shock to their economy, which changes behavior of its citizens, which changes the direction of the flow of money, at least on a short term. And then the central bank responds to rupee strength by deciding to weaken the rupee through counteractive forces. So they exchange their balance sheet where they have cash, and instead they exchange it for gold to balance the balance sheet, but then to increase the supply, right, of rupee globally. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about increasing the demand. So demand was here, now it's here. So demand went from there to there. So demand went up, and meanwhile, price went up. And this isn't the supply and demand of normal market participants in gold. All of a sudden, this new big player enters the market to corner the market on gold. They don't give a damn about gold. They could easily buy platinum. They could easily buy silver. Whatever, they decided they're going to weaken the currency. Now, what they actually did was they bought gold, they bought silver, and they bought U.S. treasuries. They didn't care about the treasuries. They didn't care about the silver. They didn't care about the gold. What they wanted to do is increase the supply of rupee globally because they got rid of rupee and got gold. Now, instead of rupee being in the vault, they have gold in the vault. So nothing changed for them. But now the value of the rupee went down, which was their whole policy, and they have this gold, but they're not even interested in the gold. You see that? The gold is just sort of the tool of the trade. You don't buy a tractor because you want to sit and stare at your tractor. You buy a tractor so you can plant your field and grow crops and then sell the grain. So to them, they bought gold, but they're not even truly in the market for gold. They couldn't give a damn about gold. Okay? So that's the interesting part. They just used it as a mechanism. So then Guy's like, well, over the last year or two or three or five, the correlations have really broken down, and it's really hard to follow what gold is doing relative to the dollar. And I'm like, yeah, because it's a manipulated market right now. So that's why you're like, well, what website would tell you this? I have no idea. Right? Like, I have no idea where you would read something like that. Okay. Yeah, months ago, right? Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is that influences the correlations, for example, and that's what Guy was saying, right? That hey, the correlations seem to be abnormal right now. Yeah, yeah, because we're in abnormal times. Careful now. All right. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. So what do you want to do with Biddy? The buy would look low. The sell would be now, if you're front running. And the cool thing is you can trade this over the weekend, so you can watch it. You can sell it on Saturday if you want. So, yeah, 50 people have not clicked the like button. And people are dropping out, so I guess we know all this stuff. You guys just want to hang out and listen to music for a while? Feel like just hanging. Like we can make this the official end of the lecture, and I'll throw on some theoretically royalty-free music, but 90% chance I'll get copyright slapped for it anyways. So, yeah, Stephen, I'm tired. I haven't been sleeping enough, I guess, or something. All that kind of stuff. No, I got a coffee. I'm already coffeeed out. I think I'm just done. It's too cold and pissy outside to sit and enjoy a cigar. There's no warm sun to go on my face. Do your thing, right on, Dwayne. So like we'll just hang out. I mean, right? I can go through my charts, but we'll just sort of no more lectures. We'll just kind of wonk around. Oh, thank you, 888. All right, let me put on some music. We can shoot the breeze, hang out. It's like hanging out after class or something. Let's see if I can find that music. No, I lost it. It was actually pretty good. Okay. So if you want to stay, stay. If you want to go, go. Thank you for being part of the community, and thank you for being a client to Trader's Way. Trying to find that music I had. It was pretty good, actually. I was kind of enjoying it. I'll probably just have to redo the search. Royalty-free deep house music, I think is what I did. Yeah, here she is. This one. This is all right. It was all right. Too many commercials, though, I think. We'll find out.
To a destiny of no reality.
See, ad already. Look
There
at
was that Traders.
that. They're going to give us trading tips. Oh, this dude, he just started sending me emails. I'm on a spam list. How did he get my email? Anyways. Okay, we'll just hang. Hopefully I can mute all the commercials. Hopefully my mic isn't picking it up. Is there a back feed? Is there echo or anything? Good. I'll keep the mic close. My volume's max now. It's just the music's so loud in my office. You gonna sell this or what? Like a party at Gary's house in the Caribbean, out by his pool. Gordon, they can't do the same because they have to borrow in other currencies.
Distance
Oh my
has been all
God,
over our minds
already?
that we've been
All
too
right.
close to some. And
I like the music, but there's just too many ads. We'll have to find something new. There's just too many ads. It's too bad. This is all right. We need to find something with less ads. Problem is, I like deep house music, and then you go on YouTube and you click on things that say deep house music, and it's not deep house music. So you're like, what are you talking about? Like that is not deep house. That's disgusting. All right, let me find something. No ads, best of deep house 2020. me skip ahead. Alright, we'll see if this is any better.
Somebody said they saw you.
Oh my
The
god.
person you were kissing wasn't me. And I would never.
This is terrible. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine you're at a nightclub and you're listening to that? You're like, this is a guy crying about his girlfriend? You're like, what? Why does the dollar weaken when interest rates go up? Well, you have to ask yourself, why are interest rates going up? Start there. Free deep house music. Let's try this, dude. Looks like a fat Jay-Z. That works. All right, so let's try a new window. Yeah, it feels like a Friday thing, huh? Just hang out at Wayne's house. I might just scalp for something to do while we're hanging out. Ugh. It's not like education, it's just out of boredom. Party at Wayne's house? Not this time of year. Yeah, Herman. I lost my girlfriend, I love her so much, I want to get back with her, I love her so... Right, that's not house music. This isn't that good, though. No ads though. I'd like a little better than this. Might get better though. Mate, it's just cold and wet. If I can't be outside with the scotch and the cigar and the newspaper, I don't really want to do it. We'll get there though. All right, is anyone going to take this short? Front run to, this is a Saturday trade. Anyone go to front run Saturday? My attic is all spray foam, so it'd be like inside of a cooler. In the basement, yeah. Yeah, I just don't want to do it. How would you front run it? I just drew the line. You would sell it at 33,545.70. That's tomorrow's M3. Yeah. You need a Mac? No, I kind of do. No, I don't like pending orders, but you could. Yeah, that makes sense, Jimbo. Remember, scalps are omnidirectional. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. God, quiet though. Come on. Turn it up. No, but Gordon, you'd probably just need to understand the seasonality for each individual one in the market, but right? Like soybeans are competing with Brazil, for example, right? But China buys them all, so as long as you understand China's demand, it should be all right. And America sells the soybeans in September, and Brazil will sell them the opposite season. So I don't know how that changed the ebb and flow. And we can't trade the real, so yeah, I don't see a problem with it. I once taught a professional grain elevator wheat trader how to trade with pivots. Probably closest example. All right, wait for it. I got to turn this up. Wow, you should see the speaker. Okay, we're looking for the turn now. All right, it's too loud. So what should I get for a license plate? Should I get no FOMO or pound yen? There it is, guys. Look at that. We'll try a quick one here. Just having fun. What do you guys think for a license plate? No FOMO? Or pound yen? No, I bought one. They're gonna deliver it tomorrow. Like my first car in almost 10 years. Base is crazy. Is no FOMO good or is pound yen better? Yeah. No Jomo. Having it go up is a key turning point. If it doesn't fall here, I'll probably just bail out, and that'll be the end of the day. No, I didn't get a Raptor. No. I guess maybe I still needed something to tow things around. I'm just not ready for a truck, I guess. But then the prime thing is we're doing some yard work this year and I need a vehicle that can tow. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go find a toy with a tow hitch. And I don't know, I just wasn't ready for a truck, and Raptors are expensive, and I don't know. So I just wimped out on the Raptor. Is that right, Herman? I'll look into it. So guys, this is interesting because if it doesn't fall here, it's sort of like a key turning point. Excuse me. No, Camino. That's funny. No, I don't really need to load anything. I just want to tow something. So I bought something. It's got 7,700 pounds of towing capability, which is more than a Ford F-150. So it's very practical if you think about it. All right, so yeah, if this doesn't drop, this will be interesting. Ah, look at it go. Yeah, happy to be out of that. Interesting. What's it doing? It's ignoring it. So I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out. Interesting. I might have to wait for another turn. Yeah, if there's volatility, of course. Yeah, I see that. No, I'm not making a statement here. Remember, scalping doesn't make a statement. Yeah, I like no FOMO as well. It's more of an if-then statement, right? Like that's a key area that could hold. So it's just like all your trading is this. That would set up this. I prefer scalping up than down, but I do. That resistance. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, thanks for hanging out, guys. Ladies and germs. Well, I just showed it. If you're taking it down, if you're taking it up, so it's already there. So up means this. Oh, Grandma wants to kill Biddy? Well, it's her prerogative. She probably also wants to kill her cell phone, right? It seems to be a generational thing. Golden says, hey, I'm glad I live in Canada. Cool. Why? Oh, yeah. See ya, buddy. Have a nice weekend. Oh, yeah, but that's a done deal, Herbert. Yeah, well, it broke through resistance, right?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. With no stripes, no stars. Yeah, I pledge allegiance. Not just the black ghettos, but the white ghettos, Japanese ghettos, the Chinese ghettos, all the ghettos in the world. Well, I pledge allegiance, I can pledge a whole lot of allegiance.
Turn the bass up. Turn the bass up.
Not bad. Hey, Brian. You got that laptop? Awesome. Good job, bro. That's pretty good. Candle. Thanks, Candy. Take care, Pete. Wait for it. Oh, right on. Come on, a little more. A little more. A little more. A little more. Oh, my pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. Get pretty close. Who's going to do it? Anybody going to do it? Just see where it goes. Have some fun. Oh my god, it's so cheap. Now the second part is to wait for the crossover. But you certainly don't want it to be the last thing you do. You're like, I mastered Forex! Struck by lightning, and you're like, oh, didn't get to enjoy it. So now really what you want is the turn, the 5A cross up. Sort of like a two-part trade entry. Limp in. Okay. So that's my line actually, isn't it? Cool. La, 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 la. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, that's fine. Oh, you shouldn't mimic me. That's not a good trade. But it's the role reversal that we're talking about right there. Is step one. You have to understand my whole sweet spot is here. Okay, here's the 50. Anyone looking for a 50%? Again, the real confirmation here is the 5A cross up. Okay. So I'm really waiting for a turn to add another. This is sort of like just a focus lot. Just trying to limp in. Come on now. 1 minute 5-8 cross. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we'll see. We got a ways to go. I have to get, if you look at it, I'm only off by a 5-minute candle, so there's hopeful, but certainly not confirming yet. That's a 5-8 kiss. 5-8 kiss. It hasn't actually crossed yet, but it's your call whether that's an entry or not. So what I want to do is either get knocked out for 20 bucks or whatever it is, or allow it to come up and come back around and then add another on the second. So to me, it's all limping in. Come on now. See what I mean by the 5-8 kiss, not a cross? It's a perfect example of it. Ah, that's quite a rejection. That's a very telltale sign. Ha 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 ha! Come on! Very telltale sign. Let's filter the noise a bit. And yeah, that's a 5A cross down. Might have to wait for the next cycle. By a cycle, you imagine that there's a 5A cross down and then there's a 5A cross up, right? So now, if I was not scalping, if I was spot trading or something, I would protect myself down here. But there's no fundamental bias, it's just pissy. All I was doing is playing the role reversal, so it either worked or it didn't work. Pretty simple. It's quite binary. You can see the market's struggling with this. So it either works or I'm out. It's one of those things. So if this makes a higher high, then I can even move my stop closer if I cared. So that's interesting. All this time now just moving sideways. That makes it even more binary. It's either going to pop or it's going to drop. Either way. There's a lot of fills in here though. You can see the wicks. See, this is the conviction I had on the first setup, which is tomorrow's sell zone. So I might have to let it come through a cycle or two and then pick it up later today in the afternoon, or maybe it's a Sunday play or Saturday play. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, did I get knocked out? Oh no, I lost another $15. That's so funny. So there's two ways to look at this. Let me move. Where's the volume? Let me turn this down. So the way to play this out, there's actually 3 ways. You know, I already have this one marked. There's sort of this going on, but that's for the bullish side. The bearish side was the first trade I had, which is this notion, because this is tomorrow's sell price. So I wasn't sure if it was going to cycle up, hit target, and then come down, or come down and then come up. So what I mean by cycle is there'll be like a 5A cross out, down, then up, and then take the second one in anticipation of the tomorrow's move. No, I have not, Marina. As far as I know, my pivots are older, so whatever came after, I don't know anything about. Marina, are you trying them for a while? Do you see any significant difference? Remember, I'm not trying to outsmart the market. I just want to figure out what the market wants to do. So I want to use ubiquitous, not proprietary technology. So now, see, I got a problem with the scalp here because I have that. So, gotta wait the turn. So now you gotta choose, are you gonna sell this? Yeah, they're going to be generally the same. They're going to try to do the same thing. But most likely, whoever that is, put it in their course and sold it as proprietary. Ultimately, doesn't add any alpha. I gotta watch for the shipping truck. Ooh. You gonna take this one? It's tiresome, isn't it? Scalping where you're like down, down, and then up, up, and then down, down. But you have to understand it's a different process, so you have to look at it over the course of 20 trades. And what you eventually, the way you improve is you catch the trend, and then you're trading price action from there. It gets tough on the tops and bottoms where you're trying to catch a rollover and it won't roll over, and then when you don't, right? So anyways. But once you get it, what'll happen is you'll lose 3 in a row, and then you'll win 8 in a row, and you'll be fine. See you, Johnny. See, now this gray zone is acting as resistance, not support, which is really important. No, I'm not demonstrating anything, Kevin. We're just listening to music. But anyways, here she comes around. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Can you see it? This area here is super important. It's a definitional area. See? What do you think? Anyone going to do it? What do you think? Should I do it or not? What do you think? Should I do? Oh, you might be too late already. Okay. I can't find it. There it is. Oh. No, but it's not about that. It's a scalp. There's no trend. There's no fundamentals. You kick it off the roll reversal or you don't. There's no discussion of why. It just is. Okay? So that's all it is. Yeah, this is the moment of truth. Yeah, good call. Okay. But you have to understand, it's just this. That's all it is. It's just this. It maintains the lower low, lower high process. There's no other rhyme or reason. It's a scalp. I keep knocking that out. No, I don't trail on scalps, so I just get out at the next level. Okay, it's not an investment. You only trail on investments. So for example, if we play it like a 50%, we'll get out at the 1382. 1382 is right down in here. So you have a couple of choices, okay? I can get out here, or I can get out here. So it's like a 2-to-1. So I guess I could do it this way. Wait, price is on the line. You could do it like this. Let me clear some of this out for you. Okay, you can do it like that. A little farther if you want. If you're right, might as well be really, really right. Yeah. Oh, my pleasure. So no FOMO, huh? I'll have to order that. Doesn't arrive till tomorrow, but I probably have, I don't know how many weeks I have. No FOMO. At least on the front, I can get like a European style license plate. Have no FO on it. I think that's kind of cool. All right, so we're at the first test here for limit out. Hopefully further, as you can see. So now about 1 for 1. Okay. Now, do you think it matters if I had come down here? So maybe it's time for a switcheroo on strategy. Wow, they put a video, a voice ad. Oh, that's the end of his. That's the end of his mix. That's what it is. So yeah, I'll get a black on black license plate. Let's see, it doesn't pull up any of his other stuff. Let's do like Miguel Miggs or something. What was the entry? Yeah, 5-8 kick off the roll reversal. This zone right here, which I highlighted multiple times for you. So now we got this. I don't really care about this. Yeah. So I used to catch this DJ live all the time as a young man. You guys think of a different license plate idea? No FOMO, pound yen. Screaming, yelling. What's a good currency trader one? Ride the 5. People wouldn't get that though. I already have that one. Swap and flow. Oh, for show. Thing is, people get FOMO, I think. Most traders would understand that. So no FOMO. People are like, oh, he's a trader. So this is the test of the cycle. This is the 5-8 up, but in a down. Yeah, buy low, yeah. Yeah, buy low is actually not bad. Candle game? How about Big Pippin? Oh, look at Edward did it right there. How funny. You said it exact same time. Yeah, sell high is funny because people could misinterpret that. They're like, dude, you got any weed? Big Pippin. Yeah. Sell high. Yeah, I need to get high. You got any? What are you selling? Profit doesn't have enough. It's too many letters. Okay, this has to roll now. It's not allowed to go above the white zone. Now this is the long. This is getting ready to confirm you long. Yeah, we're just pissing around. One of the points I'm kind of making here is how much noise is inside the short-term candles. So the 5/8 is on the 5 is just issuing the move now. And notice it didn't make a lower low. So you'd measure it, no, you would measure it, there we go, kind of like this. Okay, so we're at that moment of truth. It's either up or down, that's that. Buy red, it's not bad. Yeah, the selling high part, I could just see people hit me up for weed all the time. So they're like, dude, I want to get high. What are you selling? I'm like, dude, I'm a financier. Okay. Plan B would be the Head and Shoulders, but typically there's not a Head and Shoulders on a tiny time frame. Yeah. High map. I don't know. It's pretty funny though. Yeah, you always got to buy a toy once you're through sort of the fourth quarter of the year. You always got to buy a toy, like a watch or something you don't need that's just fun, just to say, dude, you worked hard. Thank yen, it worked out. Oh, thank yen. Maybe that's a good one, huh? Thank JPY. I mean, Beast is actually a good one, but again, no one else would get it. I want people to know, like, that, you know, oh, he trades the markets, right? Cool. Yeah, watch for sure. Ron, you like watches? Yeah. Actually, wouldn't that be funny? BTC 100K. That'd be a funny one. Yeah. What's got your eye, Ron? What kind of thing are you into now? I mean, if you could, what would you? Kind of thing. Are you? Yeah, the franc. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Frank has got a Bitcoin watch. I just think that's actually a pretty good one. BTC 100K. I think a lot of people would get that. Because it says something, right? No, I don't really believe it, but it's possible. Yeah, so the 5-8 cross and the 5 is definitely challenged the role reversal, now challenging the left shoulder. Jessica's busting out the E-wave. Yeah, remember all this, guys. We're just pissing around with scalping on short time frames. There's no statement here except just want a reason to hang out and something for us to watch. I mean, it's just amazing how cheap Bitcoin is when you're trading macro. You're like, oh my God. Like it's... Yeah. Oh, really? No kidding. Interesting. I got the Panerai on today. Thing is, I got these big black watches, and they're so freaking heavy. And then you get like a callus on the top of your hand because the watch is rubbing on the top of your hand all the time because it's so big, and you're like kind of sick of it. Take care, Ronnie. Was it Fight Club time? Oh, you do the 11. Yeah, I guess we can go. All right, yeah, I think I'll pull the plug too. So peace on earth, may the pips be with you, may your profits be above average. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on the Monday on the flip side. Don't forget your swings. Sunday open, yo. Cheers. Breitling? Yeah, they're all right. Especially if you're a pilot. All right, maybe we'll sit and see if this produces anything. Oh, I just got your email. Sorry, buddy. No, are you still around, Kishore? Sorry, it's been a long week. Oh, this is Miguel Miggs, Dre. Oh my God, yeah. I've been to pool parties where this guy is spinning. There was a club in San Francisco in the Tenderloin, which is sort of the ghetto, and some guys bought a rundown crack house hotel. It was more of a motel that was just all prostitutes and crack addicts and stuff. So they got a sweetheart deal from the city to take it over and clean it up. So what they did is they turned it into a retro sort of like a W Hotel Motel. So everything was like retro 50s and 60s, but in a cool way. And they had all these, you could park your car and then you can go into the hotel room. But in the center of the hotel, which was square shaped, they had a swimming pool, right? And then they had a little restaurant and stuff that they turned into the club and a bar. And it was really, really cool. And so you're out there. So people would spend the night. You get that? Like you party all night. There are DJs outside. You don't have to worry about bothering anyone. The lights are out. They have fire pits and stuff. It's really cool. And then you can stay the night. And anyway, so Miguel Miggs was one of the guys that would be spinning. And you'd be drinking your Red Bull and vodka. I remember I drank about 15 Red Bulls and vodkas that night at that place when he was spinning. But it starts at noon and it ends at noon, Almost like Vegas. Okay, so that's Miguel Miggs. Here, I'll give you the link. I don't know where it's coming from anymore. Kishore, are you still here? Oh, here it is. Let me give you the link, guys. All right, we're right back to where we were, but that maintains this. So we're on the high side of the down, which is a weak. We're on the weak side of this move, but so that's like a head and shoulders. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like this. Let me show you something. Come on now, focus. Like 1 hour is too far out. So I'm going to play this. I'm either right or I'm very, very right. So I am going to move this. So for example, I can move it there. Let's just say here. So I'm risking like $10 to make 250 bucks. What do you think of that? I either lose 10 bucks or I make 250. Sounds good to me, right? Now I don't have to watch it. So let me refine this a little bit. I'm going to refine this and I'm going to move this to the conservative target of 400. Aggressive target 500. All right, so I'm going to update this. I either lose $10 or I make 500 bucks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, what do you think of that? Oh yeah. There's only 70 of us left, so we'll see how it goes on the weekend, huh? By the way, I'm front running tomorrow's day trade. No, but those are good risk reward. Any last questions? Any last questions? Look at Brent kick off of our M2. No questions? Stochastics? Oh, for sure. Watch the training videos on FX Bootcamp. The free training course in the playlist covers it directly. Very, very specifically. Do I think? I have no idea, Ed. It's not how I trade. Think is irrelevant. I'm at resistance. I sold it in a downward move at resistance. Dropped a lot, or dropped a stop. Now I'm taking a walk. What do I think will happen tomorrow? I really don't know. Maria says it's going to 22. Cool. I have no idea. Okay. It's just a scalp. Just a scalp, not a statement, right? So, I don't know where it's going. Yeah, I think it's right, Jessica. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Boom! Ah, it's raining money now. Okay, this was one of my original exit zones. Okay, that was originally my first scalping exit on the first trade, if you remember. Still 75 of us here. Interesting. Yeah, what'd you see? Yeah. And can you define why 22? I don't see 22, like 25. And next month, okay, if you're playing next month, the conservative target is 22, the aggressive target is 19 and 19.5, 19.5. Okay. So if this continues down, what you'll see is we're kicking off of tomorrow's 21 EMA. And if it doesn't, then we'll be up high, which is okay by me as well. Sexy Crabber's got a lot of homework to do over the weekend. Right on. So anyways, those targets are this. 25 and some change. And here's the big one. It's really the big one. So I think what Maria is saying is February's conservative target. Okay, I have to do it this way. What Maria might be saying is, based on what's happened recently, February's conservative target is 22.5, which is different than I think it's going to 22, right? That's the difference. So that would look like this. Okay? Or this. Which would probably be more like cool. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, if you guys are new, don't forget to subscribe. Okay. Here's the new cycle. Our new line is here. Yeah, 26 makes sense as well. Okay. Anybody going to take it? Oh, you're on it? With the one just now? Hey, no worries, Maria. Yeah, cool. I've been on YouTube since day one. What, 15 years now? Been doing YouTube videos. Here it comes. Once again, a critical moment. And if it makes a new lower low, I move my stop to -3, and we're golden. Man, it got cold in the office here all of a sudden. Don't forget the like button if you're happy that I stayed an extra hour. Make sure you tell YouTube this is quality content. If you want the lecture, watch the beginning of the video. This is just us hanging. Oh, right on. Yeah, 3 years. That's a good place. Okay, I got to measure this out. And it's got to drop now. Okay, it's got to drop now. It's got to drop now. If it doesn't, then there's serious potential for range and then eventually higher high, higher low. Man, Bitcoin's so cheap, it's just funny. Nothing I can do here. I either take the loss or I don't take the loss. Freaking out makes no sense. Moving the stop further makes no sense. So I've done everything correct. If it's going to fall, it has to fall now. If it doesn't fall now, I don't want to be in it. Hey, Daniel. Yeah. I got to eat. Just waiting to hear when the shippers are going to send the car out. So I'm kind of just watching my text. No FOMO, though, I think is the license plate. Oh, gee whiz. Ha 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 ha! That's a bad sign. Ha 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 ha. That's a bad sign. So I want to flip over here, watch it on the small. It's got to go. It's got to turn red. If it don't, it's meaningful. If it does, I don't like it because of the frequency of this. We're getting 786s, which means we're losing traders. So maybe it's just too late on a Friday or something. The London boys are going home. So this is actually the London close. So maybe they're bailing or something on us. Well, the thing, guys, is this has nothing to do with bias. This has nothing to do with strategy. This has nothing to do with fundamentals. This is scalping. But what will happen if you spend some time with this? I wouldn't do it in the beginning because this is a big deviation. But you end up learning price action. You learn the importance of timing. So, for example, when I spent a year trading nothing but the 1 minute chart, I learned how important the time of day is. Specifically, I would say things like at 10:34 or 10:21 or 9:55. Like, I would think of the way that in a category like that. So like this is London close. And there's a certain behavior that happens because of that. Non-fundamental, non-trend based. It's just a market open or a market close or pre-news, post-news, no news affects everything on the 1 minute chart. So in maybe year 5 of your career, you could do something like that and experiment by focusing on only the short term, but it shows you how important the time is. The clock is the most ignored indicator that a trader has. Oh, right on thing. Thanks, Daniel. People appreciate that. I know it. All right. I'm going to go eat lunch. That's it. I got to eat. Guys. Thanks for hanging with me. Appreciate it. If you're new, subscribe, and I'll see you on Monday. You'll get a real lecture. This was just hanging. I did do about an hour and a half lecture earlier today, whatever the word is. So, peace on earth. May the pips be with you. May your profits be above average. Thank you for being a part of the Forex.Today community. You might also want to check out FX Bootcamp, and also we hope that you become a client of TradersWay.com. TradersWay.com. Cheers.